We stress the importance of respecting the sovereignty of states whose territories and airspace must not be used in any military confrontation without their consent. Iraq calls for bolstering diplomatic solutions and for activating negotiations and for learning from the lessons of past crises in the region. Iraq calls for the protection of civilians from any military action that affects them directly or indirectly. The peoples of our region are looking to this council and expecting it to shoulder its historic and legal responsibilities at this crucial juncture so that wisdom and dialogue would prevail, so that we must work together to lay down the foundations of stability and peace in the region, foundations of justice and the respect for international law and international humanitarian law. We call on all parties to avoid further escalation and to return to serious and responsible dialogue in order to maintain the stability of the region and the world. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Iraq for his statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
All right, just listening in there as we are following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. The ending of this Emergency Security Council meeting there with the United Nations, as it was Iran, it was Israel, Iraq, last up in terms of this conversation. And this now less than 24 hours after the United States striking those 3 nuclear sites inside of Iran. Of course, we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, now in the anchor chair. You also heard there most recently from that representative, the ambassador to the United Nations from Iraq, talking about the lifeline through in which the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to get into more of that as the Iranian Parliament threatening to shut down that major passageway, how vital it is to the region and the entire global economy. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox after this quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Let's get into more of the aftershocks after the U.S. decided to strike Iran in those 3 nuclear sites. And let's talk about the Iranian government, the parliament, threatening to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, we heard about that during the United Nations Emergency Security Council meeting. We're awaiting any comments here as, of course, the parliament in Iran has approved a measure to close the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil choke point. And while the parliament has voted in favor of closing that strait, the final decision remains with the supreme leader. And of course, this is a major waterway, as some 20 million barrels of crude oil, or 20% of the global consumption, flowed through that strait in 2024. We're hearing more about it. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, was asked about that during an interview on Fox earlier on today. Let's get into exactly what the Strait of Hormuz is, what it means. We're going to be joined right now by John Conrad V, CEO of G-Captain, a maritime expert. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Give us a sense, what exactly is the Strait of Hormuz and how vital is it to this passageway there?
Well, a strait is where the waterway pinches, so all the ships that come from one region and area have to squeeze through a strait to get through. The biggest straits in the world are the Singapore Straits, the Taiwan Strait gets in the news, the Bab el-Mandeb going into the Red Sea, which the Houthis partially control. And then there are straits closer to home. The Florida Strait is between Florida and Cuba. But this is very critical because such a large percentage of oil and natural gas worldwide is in the Persian Gulf. And all the ships going to the Persian Gulf, the tankers, the gas carriers, and also the container ships supplying places like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia have to squeeze through this strait, which is between the UAE and Iran. So all these ships have to get rather close to Iran to get out into the Indian Ocean and either turn into the Red Sea, go around Africa, or take a left and head towards the Pacific, China, Japan, Korea.
And can I ask, have we seen any sort of closure already? Have we seen boats or ships, vessels trying to get through there quickly, knowing this could come? Are we seeing any discrepancies, any update on what's actually happening right now at the moment?
No, we haven't. We've seen some related problems. There was two major tankers collided and one caught fire. The crews were able to escape regularly. One tanker was a Frontline Tanker, one of the best tanker companies. CEO is Lars Barstad, excellent company. But the tanker, the other tanker in the collision was one of these dark fleet tankers that are skirting around international rules and law to take oil from Iran to places like India and China, which want that lower cost oil that Iran is providing. So we haven't seen a closure yet. We've seen a lot of false alarms. There's potentially now, if you go on Twitter, every half an hour, someone says, a ship has turned around. Right now, there's an LNG carrier, one of these big gas carriers that might be stalling. And there are some ships that are not critical, which are going into ports or drifting before they get in there. And the simple reason for that is it's not critical cargo and insurance rates are spiking. If you look at the Red Sea, the Navy says it's going to protect some ships in the Red Sea that they can start going in. A lot of those ships have not returned because the insurance companies don't believe that it is fully safe. So when you look at insurance versus something else, it's cheaper to take the long way around Africa.
Yeah, we're a long way away from this closing. And I want to ask you, because the Strait of Hormuz there, right between Iran and Oman, UAE, you kind of mentioned in there, do they even have jurisdiction to close that down? Are these international waters? And does Iran even have a place to say that people can't go through this?
Well, you're right. They're international waters, and under the UN Convention of the Sea, countries are not allowed to impede the safe passage of commercial vessels through their waters. And you see it with our own in the Bering Strait between Alaska and Russia. China sent a bunch of Coast Guard vessels up there with Russia, and we did not stop them. That's part of international law. But Iran does not follow international law. International law is only enforced by, what can be enforced. We can enforce it with sanctions. We can enforce it with our Navy and a naval blockade. And then you have other nations that are signatory to this law of the sea, like China, which doesn't follow it. Right now, the UN said that they cannot have fishing boats in the Filipino water, and you see nearly every single week the Chinese Coast Guard going into Philippine waters and harassing these vessels. So most of this Iranian crude is going to China, and China picks and chooses what international law they want, and Iran mostly ignores international law.
All right, very interesting. I want to ask you what, obviously, the likelihood, unlikely that this happens, but if there is a disruption at all, how does that have a ripple effect on the energy around the globe? Because you mentioned some of the percentages of what it goes to China and whatnot. If there's a disruption at all, does it have a major impact?
Well, right. It's very unlikely that it would happen. And it's mostly who would be harmed most by that happening. One would be Iran. This is their major source of revenue. Without this open, they would themselves be in trouble because all of these Navy ships and minesweepers would surge into their backyard. There could be retaliatory strikes, as we say of J.D. Vance say today. It's not as big of a red line for the president as this nuclear factory is, but J.D. Vance said today it would be suicidal for Iran itself, and then it would upset China. So when you ask why hasn't Israel hit the oil terminals, well, they may not want to be in that diplomatic, we don't know how China will react, and a lot of the nations around don't want to upset them. You have Saudi Arabia, has had huge tensions with Iran before. That could be the impetus with those exports bottled up from Saudi Arabia or Kuwait for one of those nations to take out terminals on their own or turn that into a kinetic war.
And you mentioned the fact that Marco Rubio also said some comments earlier today about the Strait of Hormuz. Let's play out that, and I'm going to ask you a question after the fact. Hold on.
Do you expect Iran to move to close the Strait of Hormuz to try to disrupt oil transportation across the world?
Well, I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that because they heavily depend on the Straits of Hormuz for their oil. If they do that, it'll be another terrible mistake. It's economic suicide for them if they do it. And we retain options to deal with that. But other countries should be looking at that as well. It would hurt other countries' economies a lot worse than ours. It would be, I think, a massive escalation that would merit a response, not just by us, but from others. So, look, they're going to say what they need to say. These are the things that need to happen for their own internal politics and so forth. But in the end, we're going to judge them by the actions that they take moving forward. We had 3 objectives. We struck those 3 objectives with decisive force. And that was the point of this mission. And that's what we achieved. What happens next will depend on what they do. They want to negotiate. We're ready to negotiate. They want to get cute and do things that are dangerous. We have responses available that are devastating.
All right, just listening in there. Again, that was Secretary of State Marco Rubio talking about that Strait of Hormuz, saying the Chinese might need to step in. And just to reiterate that point, mainly going through the Strait of Hormuz provides that crude oil to China, correct?
These weapons and their enrichment program, you need to get money somewhere. There are huge sanctions on Iran. So how is Iran getting the money to enrich all this uranium and build all these drones and that they're supplying to the Houthis and others and fund all these operations? Well, the majority of their state revenue is coming from selling oil to China, and they're selling it on these shadow vessels, which are not like the one that got in an accident, exploded in fire last week. These are not following international rules. They are dangerous vessels, but that selling that oil to China is their primary revenue source.
And of course, we're talking about this, and it's unlikely that it happens. Is there any precedent to this passageway, this kind of choke point there that is so vital? Is there any precedent to having this be disrupted or closed prior?
Well, going back to the 80s, we had the tanker war. There was a war between Iran and Iraq, and tankers were specifically targeted. But this was an intense naval battle between the two nations, and even during this time, they were not able to close the Strait of Hormuz. They have a few options here. They have a drone program. They're selling a lot of pretty high-spec drones to Russia. We know those are effective. They have some anti-ship ballistic missiles, and they have mines. But how the Houthis are kind of able to have such an effect on shipping is the Red Sea is the size of California. Well, it's same with the Iranian coast. If you concentrate all those missiles and drones on the Strait of Hormuz, it is very easy for our military or Israel's military to target those. Same with these mines, like they could be put out in the water, but they have to be physically removed from the warehouses, loaded on ships, boats, and submarines. And hopefully, with our satellite intelligence, someone would explode up these mines before they get they damage ships. So it's not a very easy thing to do. And even when they were desperate to do it in the 80s, they failed. They were able to hit a lot of tankers, though, just not close down the Strait of Hormuz entirely.
All right, very interesting. Just wanted to give a historical context to that. And we know, dating back to 2024, some 1/5 of all the crude oil there going through the Strait of Hormuz. Are there any alternate routes? You mentioned the Red Sea. You obviously have to get a little bit further to the west there. Are there any other alternate routes for these ships to go?
No, there are some limited pipelines. I believe Saudi Arabia built one into the Red Sea, but we have problems in the Red Sea right there. China just opened a train going into China that can do very limited deliveries. But you got to think a modern supertanker, these are absolutely enormous. They carry 200 million barrels of crude oil. I mean, it absolutely dwarfs what you could put in a set of railroad cars is one. Second is ships are 10 times more efficient than trains per ton mile. So the fuel cost is 10 times the amount to put it on trains, and the capacity is tiny. So pipelines work, but the other thing with pipelines is the Saudi Arabian pipelines are presumably a target. We saw in the Ukraine-Russian war when Russia started moving more through pipelines, they were destroyed by Ukraine. And even the undersea Nord Stream pipeline was easily damaged. So there are some limited pipeline options. I don't think train's an option, but those fixed asset, fixed rail terminals, fixed pipelines would be a rich target for Iran and their terrorist groups, Hamas, the Houthis, to go out and sabotage.
Yeah, and you mentioned the price tag. If that price goes up, it goes up for consumers around the globe. So that is an impact that could hit right at home for so many people around the world. I do want to ask you, because we're talking about all these ships, all these vessels that go through the Strait of Hormuz. What are the captains, what are the people working on these ships thinking, knowing that there's so much tension in the region and then there's also a threat to shut down? What's going on there? Are they concerned? Are they stressed?
Absolutely. Traditionally, the United States had the largest merchant marine after World War II, and we sold it off. And as we got out of shipbuilding, we've absolutely declined in our own merchant power. Maersk did a report recently that said to even consider, supplying our existing bases in the event of a war in the Pacific, we need 100 tankers. Right now, we have 9 tankers in the tanker security program, and one was just hit off the coast of England a few months ago. So most of these tankers, these thousands of tankers around the world, are not Americans. There are not many Europeans on it. They're mostly Filipino, Chinese, Indian, Russian, Ukraine. Some of those countries are really good. Filipino labor is good, but the Chinese ships specifically, and especially on these shadow tankers, you don't have very high-paid crew. They're often mistreated. And we know that the Chinese tankers, they have a commissar. Think back to the Hunt for Red October, where you have a political officer standing behind the captain. China is doing that right now with its 5,000 merchant ships, where the United States only has 80 in international service. So there are ways, they're stressed out, but you're stuck on a ship, your government not supports you, or you have a communist commissar because you're on a Russian or Chinese ship. You don't have many options but to continue into port.
Are lots of these ships flagged with the Chinese flag? Is that common, or are they spread out? How would you assess that?
Yeah, the Chinese flag is the largest flag in the world. It's not a huge tanker fleet, a lot of container ships, but China and Greece, compete back and forth for for the largest ship owner in the world. But Greece is a lot of small families that kind of work together, where China is this big, massive company supported like Costco. And then you have, a number of other countries. We have, ships that are like International Seaways is an American company based in the United States, but they foreign flag their tankers. So the executives are American. Their CEO is actually a former U.S. Navy reservist. But the crews are not American on board these ships. But yes, to answer your question, China has a large fleet. Russia has a large fleet. Absolutely.
All right, very interesting. This is so very fascinating to talk about these waterways, these corridors that are so vital to the world economy. Anything that you're looking forward to over the next week? Because I know we are also awaiting potentially retaliation from Iran. Anything you're watching in terms of the Strait of Hormuz or elsewhere there?
Well, there's so much that can happen, and I did a little list of potential tweets on my X account saying, what will happen first? Will the Houthis ramp up the Red Sea? Will Israel or the United States attack a oil terminal? Maybe another ally wants to attack a terminal, because we seem to be giving, if not a green light, more of a yellow light to our allies to take independent action. You think of the millions of people who came up through the border, the Darien Gap in Panama, to cross the U.S. border. They all passed through Panama. How many Iranians and, aligned parties remained in Panama? Could they sabotage the Panama Canal? Could this turn into a greater war where we start sending Army and more Navy vessels in there? Can they close the Strait of Hormuz? I mean, there are dozens of possibilities. Each individual one is a low probability event, but when there are so many of these, it just takes one to really escalate things in the region and have an effect, particularly on shipping.
Yeah, that is so very good point. Of course, so many chokeholds, choke points there at different points around the world that would be fascinating. And of course, we're talking about military strikes by Iran, but this could be a different type of retaliation. So we'll see what's to come. Captain John Conrad, thank you so much for your time, your insight here on Live Now from Fox. Great talking with you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation there as always. And interesting, the ripple effects, the aftershocks of this, the U.S. striking Iran late last night in what they're calling Operation Midnight Hammer. So we're following the latest live picture right now there as the White House here on this Sunday, just about 5:30 on the East Coast. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. A fast-paced Sunday as we're continuing to react to the latest there as the U.S. strikes Iran in their nuclear sites. Of course, following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We were hearing from the president on Truth Social here just within the last hour talking about the latest, saying, quote, the damage to the nuclear sites in Iran is said to be, quote, monumental. The hits were hard and accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. Thank you. Also, another one here from the president saying it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, then why wouldn't there be an Iran regime change? So, of course, following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox, as he used the word obliterate last night in terms of that, and we're continuing to learn more about the assessment on some of those nuclear facilities and the damage that was entailed by these B-2 bombers dropping so many tons of bombs there on this, some 30,000-pound bombs early Sunday in two key underground uranium enrichment plants. And of course, we are talking about this also in the context of what's going on between Iran and Israel, another day of strikes between those two nations. Let's take you right now out to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he made these most recent remarks, first in Hebrew and then in English. Let's listen into the English version here on Live Now.
Iran's nuclear facilities, and also how would you describe your decision-making process throughout this period, going after IRGC officials and nuclear scientists? Talk to us about why you decided to go after these targets and why you decided to launch this operation at this moment. Thank you.
Well, look, let me start with the last part of your question. I decided that we should attack Iran because I've been talking about it for only 40 years. 40 years. And I saw the rise of the Islamic Republic, that is this theological thuggery that hijacked this gifted people, this ancient gifted people who are friends of ours from the time of the great Persian King Cyrus, 2,500 years ago. They were hijacked by these thugs, and they've been oppressed for 46 years. They basically used Iran as a platform to export their revolutionary terrorist Islamist ideology to every part of the Middle East, attacking our Arab neighbors and seeking to attack America. Death to America, death to Israel. Death to Israel was an intermediate step before they can deliver death to America, because Israel prevents them from conquering the Middle East. So they set out, I could see that decades ago, that if they had the weapons of mass death, if they had nuclear weapons, they would very well use them. They could very well use them. And I tried in many ways to block this. Through successive governments that I led, I wasn't always able to muster the majority that I needed or the support of the security establishment. I had to also resist a plan by an American president to do an agreement that I thought paved Iran's path with gold to nuclear enrichment. So in every way that I could, I tried to stop Iran, and in fact, we did stop them. Also by dealing, I can say this openly now, by taking out scientists during the successive terms in office and other means that we used. We delayed them by about a decade, but we didn't stop them. We saw that after I gave the instructions to knock out Nasrallah, that basically that knocked out Assad in Syria, the Assad regime in Syria. And now we knew that Iran had lost the other means that they were planning to annihilate Israel with. That noose of death around us, the Iran terror axis, collapsed. And at that point, we saw clearly with our intel that they were moving rapidly towards what is called weaponization. They had enough enriched uranium, because we could delay them, but we couldn't stop them from enriching uranium. So they had enough of that, 9 or 10 bombs worth of enriched uranium. But they needed to make the bomb itself. And the bomb itself, they rushed to do right after the collapse of the terror axis and the removal of Nasrallah. Therefore, we had to act. We were in the 12th hour. We knew that we wouldn't have a 13th hour if they succeeded. And simultaneously, we also saw that they decided after they had attacked us and we'd counterattacked them and destroyed a lot of their missile production capability, ballistic missile production capability, that they were actually developing a plan to build 300 ballistic missiles a month. That's 20,000 missiles in 6 years. And you can imagine how a country the size of New Jersey, would it survive with 20,000 one-ton missiles falling on the heads of its citizens? Obviously not. So on both counts, we had to act and to stop this plan to annihilate, this dual plan to annihilate the state of Israel. That's what forced the decision. It happened the directive was given about 6 months ago. And I shared of our need to act. He understood it very well. And I knew that when push comes to shove, he would do the right thing. He would do the right thing for America. He would do the right thing for the free world. He would do the right thing for civilization. He helped us a lot in defending the skies of Israel with THAAD batteries here, with Aegis ships, in the Mediterranean, with American pilots flying alongside our pilots shooting down drones. And then he decided, and we talked about it, he decided to act to ensure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons, and therefore that Iran does not have nuclear enrichment capability. I trusted him, and I think that he's proven what a great leader he is and what a great friend of Israel he is. Second to none, and none can compare with him.
Thank you, sir.
Last question, CNN.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, after your military success in Iran, will you agree to a comprehensive end of the war in Gaza in exchange for a release of all the hostages? Did President Trump tell you he would strike Iran if you agreed to a comprehensive end of the war in Gaza? And where is Iran's 400 plus kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%? Thank you.
Well, President Trump didn't put any conditions. This is not the nature of our relationship, I have to say. We speak openly, we speak as friends, genuine friends. And he's a great leader, but he makes the decisions for America. Did I know? Yes, I knew in advance. That's natural. Just as he knew in advance when we would act, we knew in advance when he would act. I think that as far as Gaza is concerned, look, this war could end tomorrow. It could end today. If Hamas surrenders, lays down its arms, releases all the hostages, it's over. It's over in a moment. They refuse to do that. I think our actions in Iran will help us expedite our victory and the release of all our hostages. And that's what we hope to achieve. We think we can give Gaza a different future. Not this repeat that Hamas is reinstated. Yeah, we knock it down, but it's reinstated, rearms itself, and keeps delivering misery to its own people, and then misery and death to us and everyone else around them. So that can change. It could change tomorrow. I hope it does. But I have a plan for a permanent peace. If that's what you're asking me, yes, I do. And we're prepared to enter negotiations right now on the proposal that Mr. Witkoff gave. We received from intermediaries some response to that proposal. I responded to the response, and I'm waiting to receive a response to my response. Can you follow that? So we're active in this thing all the time. And I would hope that we could gain this platform by which we would have basically a 2-month ceasefire. We'd get half the hostages, the living and the dead, and then discuss the possibility of the permanent ceasefire. And this is the line that I would present in those discussions. In any case, you should know that the contacts are continuing as we speak all the time. We're obviously focused on Iran, but we never forget Gaza. We never forget our hostages or our war goals there. You asked about the enriched uranium. Well, look, we're following that. We've been following it very closely. I can tell you that it's an important component of a nuclear program. It's not the sole component. It's not a sufficient component, but it is an important component. And we have interesting intel on that, which you will excuse me if I don't share with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any more questions? יש עוד שאלות? אז אני רוצה להגיד משהו נוסף. אני אמרתי, לא בבדיחות הדעת.
All right, you're just listening in there to Benjamin Netanyahu talk about, in English, some of the strikes there in Iran by the United States, and also talking about the conditions or lack thereof about a potential ceasefire in Gaza. So we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox as the strikes continue on, almost a 10-day war beginning between Israel and Iran. The United States getting involved late last night, a very interesting, unprecedented move that we are monitoring here overnight. A live picture right now there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. We did have an update from the Pentagon earlier on today. Of course, no real comments from President Trump, although we've seen some posts on social media from him talking about these attacks, saying it was a, quote, monumental strike at these nuclear sites in Iran, saying they were hit hard and accurate. All right, we're following it here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. A couple of Live Now looks as we are continuing to monitor on a very fast-paced Sunday there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. It's about 6 o'clock on the East Coast as we're monitoring the latest. It's some sort of watch and wait, including on retaliation from Iran after the U.S. striking those 3 nuclear sites last night in what they're calling Operation Midnight Hammer. So following the latest here on that on Live Now from Fox. Another Live Now look there in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Capitol. And we're hearing different responses from Democrats and Republicans alike about this strike in Iran. Some saying it was a success, others saying it was out of place, talking about them condemning it in the strongest term. That from the ranking Democrat in the Armed Services Committee on the House side. So we're going to hear much more on that here as we enter a new week. So until then, let's take you out to this other live event that we're getting in right now out of New York City as a Palestinian activist who participated in protests against Israel has been freed from federal immigration detention after over 100 days. Mahmoud Khalil, a symbol of President Donald Trump's clampdown on campus protests, left a federal facility in Louisiana on Friday. We potentially could hear comments from him. Let's listen in to some of these supporters of Khalil here on Live Now from Fox, speaking out.
This has become a global movement, even though the genocide has not only continued, but has accelerated. It now represents an overwhelming majority of the world's population. Corrupt and rotten governments notwithstanding, the people are with us. In this country and in Western Europe, the countries that are participating in this genocide have populations which are overwhelmingly supporting an end to this genocidal war and will, I'm sure, overwhelmingly support a halt to the war that Trump started yesterday with Iran. Now, this war is not just Trump's war. This is a war instigated by the same war criminal who is waging a war on the Palestinian people, Benjamin Netanyahu. He has been whispering in the ears of American politicians since the 1980s. For 40 years, he has been trying to instigate an American war on Iran. And this president, who is completely incapable of understanding the lessons of every single previous disastrous American intervention in the Middle East, succumbed to his blandishments. They will be judged by history for what they've done. I'm going to end by reading what Representative Rashida Tlaib said yesterday. She said, President Trump is sending U.S. troops to bomb Iran without the consent of Congress. This is a blatant violation of our Constitution. The American people do not want another forever war. The American people do not want another forever war. Even Trump's supporters do not want another forever war. I continue with what Rashida said yesterday. We have seen where decades of endless war in the Middle East gets us, all based on the lie of weapons of mass destruction. We are not falling for it again. Instead of listening to the American people, Trump is listening to war criminal Netanyahu, who lied about Iraq. You can see it on YouTube anytime. He was lying through his teeth then. He's lying through his teeth now. And she concluded, Congress must act immediately to exert its war powers and stop this unconstitutional act of war. But we, the people, must act to stop this war. We did it decades ago during the Vietnam War. We did it decades ago during the Iraq War. We must do it again. We can't count on politicians. The people have to stop this war in Gaza and in Iran. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Khalidi. We want to give thanks to the Columbia community who is out here today to support Mahmoud. And like we said, thank you. And like we said, Mahmoud will soon be out here with you all. And we thank you all for being part of that process. And right now I want to give a specific thank you to all of the amazing team of lawyers that got Mahmoud home and that continue to fight with him today. We want to thank Amy Greer of Drayton Lewis, the Center of Constitutional Rights, the Center for Constitutional Rights, Clear, Thank you all. Okay, I'm going to do that again as Mahmoud has come out to honor all of those who have been part of the amazing team who has brought Mahmoud home for us to be with today. We want to thank Amy Greer of Drayton Lewis, the Center for Constitutional Rights, Clear at the CUNY Law School, the American Civil Liberties Union, the New York Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU of New Jersey, the ACLU of Louisiana, Vanderhout LLP, and Alina Das at the Immigrant Rights Clinic at New York University School of Law. Alina will come now to speak on behalf of the legal team. Thank you all.
Thank you. I know I speak for everyone who's part of the legal team to say how overjoyed we are that Mahmoud is finally home. What happened on March 8th marked the beginning of a new chapter in this nation's long history of injustice. The pain and trauma that Mahmoud and Noor have endured over the last 3.5 months is something that no family should ever have to face, especially when they're in the process of welcoming a beautiful new life into this world. But this chapter in history is not only about pain and suffering and oppression. This new chapter in history is also about resilience, about compassion, about wisdom, and the power of community. These are the values that Mahmoud and Noor have lived every day through this ordeal. This victory is their victory, and this victory is your victory, because all of you have been there with them, on the streets, in the courtroom with us, in all the big and small ways that matter, showing up for this family and expressing your commitment to human rights in the United States and, of course, in Palestine. As lawyers, we take our cue from the people. From the moment that Amy Greer and Kyle Barron stepped in, racing across the clock to file Mahmoud's habeas petition at 4:40 a.m. as our government was trying to
elsewhere to attack U.S. troops in the region. We have a lot of bases throughout Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain. That's the most likely target. But we have certainly heard intel briefs before that Iran also could potentially carry out terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. We absolutely need the Homeland Security Department and the FBI to be ready for that. That's a possibility. Again, I don't think it's the most likely possibility, but it's certainly on the table.
And we were hearing different statements coming in, including from Vice President J.D. Vance about this, potentially sleeper cells here in the United States. But he also mentioned having no interest in boots on the ground there in the region in the Middle East. And we've seen that before, and we talked about the historical context of it. Are you concerned that as we go down this rat hole of retaliation, as the UN Secretary General said, that potentially could be in the future for the United States? How concerned are you about that?
Well, I am concerned. This is the way these things play out. And I've been in these conversations. I've been on the Armed Services Committee for 29 years. We've had a lot of conflicts in that time frame. And, some we've entered into, some we haven't. And there's always that. It's very enticing to say, well, gosh, we can just strike here. We can hit them quickly. We can accomplish our goals and then walk away. That's incredibly tempting. That's not the way it usually plays out. It usually expands. And then you're caught in the situation of, okay, they hit us back. Can we let them get away with that? Now, I would be very surprised if we ever got to the point where anyone was seriously talking about putting U.S. troops in Iran. That is untenable on a whole series of levels. But this could absolutely escalate in terms of Iran attacking our troops, us responding, them responding. And then how do you get out of that? Where do we get back to what President Trump promised us, which was his strength as a negotiator, his strength in using diplomacy to avoid this sort of conflict, to cut deals and get us out of wars, not into wars. That's what he said he was going to do, and he just kind of started a war with Iran, which is not what he promised he was going to be able to do for us. So I hope we can get back to diplomacy and negotiation.
And this is not black and white. If we're at war, we're not at war. But did this signal that we potentially are on that side of things, that we are at war?
We are right now. I mean, look, and I know they've come up with all kinds of euphemistic ways to describe this, but we just dropped a whole lot of ordnance, a lot of bombs on Iran. If Iran had dropped that many weapons on us, I think we would have said we're at war. So yes, we are at war until there is some resolution to this conflict because we just bombed another country. And I don't think we should engage in euphemistic, semantic dialogue here. We should admit what it is. Now, I hope that the president is right and I'm wrong, and that Iran wakes up and says, you got us, let's negotiate. We're not going to attack back. We can go forward. But I don't consider that to be a likely outcome.
And my last question about this, because you mentioned that there is hope out there, especially within the Trump administration, that talks will resume again, negotiations will continue. Did this not obliterate those trade negotiations, I should say?
They set them back, no question. I mean, beyond any shadow of a doubt, in addition, beyond just sort of the military aspect of this, Iran's kind of pissed off, as anyone would be, having been bombed like that, and probably less inclined to negotiate with the country that just bombed them. But on the other hand, Iran also has practical considerations. It is absolutely true that what Israel has done, and rightfully so, by the way, in defending itself, has significantly weakened Iran and significantly weakened Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, maybe not as weakened. Assad is gone from Syria, a patron of Iran. Iran is in a much weaker position than they used to be. But just to pop up after the country's bombed you like this and capitulate, that's not the way human beings normally react to these things, and certainly not the way Iran normally reacts. So we'll see. I hope we can get back to diplomacy soon, but in the short term, it seems unlikely.
And hope we don't get into that dark cycle that we talked about retaliation. All right, Representative Congressman Adam Smith, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I appreciate your time.
Well, thanks for the chance. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. All right, great conversation there. Here, as about 24 hours ago, we were watching it unfold in real time. Those U.S. strikes on the 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, of course, following the latest here on Live Now from Fox, as it was the address to the nation at 10 o'clock Eastern that we really heard from the first time from the president about these, saying they obliterated those 3 facilities, including the one that we talked about, notably in Fordo. So we're following the latest here on Live Now now from Fox. And of course, from obliterate to having monumental damage. Just the most recent post from the president saying the damage to those nuclear sites is said to be monumental. The hits were hard and accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. All right, we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Eddie Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we're continuing to detail those U.S. strikes in Iran as we are learning more about those B-2 bombers. Of course, this a post from the President of the United States saying the great B-2 pilots have just landed safely in Missouri. Thank you for a job well done. Signing off there, Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States, as those B-2 bombers returning to the U.S. after strikes in Iran. And of course, what the capabilities, those are so very impressive. And as it was an unprecedented attack, years in the making, with some last-minute misdirection meant to give the operation a powerful element of surprise. U.S. pilots dropped some 30,000-pound bombs early Sunday on 2 key underground uranium enrichment plants in Iran. Of course, you can just see some of these images coming in as, of course, delivering what American military leaders believed a knockout blow to a nuclear program that Israel views as an existential threat and has been plummeting for more than a week. American sailors bolstered their surprise mission by firing dozens of cruise missiles from a submarine toward at least one other site. Of course, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, U.S. officials say the plan was characterized by a precision strike that devastated the Iranian nuclear program, even as they acknowledged that an assessment was ongoing. For its part, Iran denied that any significant damage had been done. All right, let's continue our conversation about this because it is so very fascinating to talk about these B-2 bombers and their impact on this and their strikes. Of course, this a post also from Lucas Tomlinson showing the journey across the globe right there. Over 24 hours, as you can see, well across the Atlantic Ocean. Let's continue on this conversation here on Live Now and be joined right now by Missile Defense Project Senior Fellow there for the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Tom Carrico. Tom, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And this was an impressive mission to accomplish. Of course, they said President Trump obliterated these 3 nuclear facilities. What was your big takeaway with this attack?
Yeah, the big takeaway, you said it, they had a big impact. Hopefully they destroyed everything that they needed to destroy. I think we're going to find out in the coming days and perhaps weeks if everything that we thought was in there was indeed in there. The question, of course, is whether anything was taken out and perhaps hidden somewhere else. And so that kind of, in fact, I think Vice President Vance said something just recently this afternoon about, hey, there might have been some HEU, some highly enriched uranium that was elsewhere, and so that's a bit of a concern, and so that's why I would say it's not over. There is a lot of triumphalism, and hey, by the way, that's it's an amazing mission. That's a very long flight those pilots just had to do, and somebody should get a medal for coming up with that name, Operation Midnight Hammer, because that's just cool. But I think it's not over. The Israelis are going to keep hitting lots of things and schwacking lots of things on the ground. But I think we need to wait and let's figure out exactly what would happen and what didn't happen, perhaps.
And as we're talking about this, I do want to show some before and after images of some of those satellite pictures here on social media of exactly what happened. You can see just the discrepancy, the difference, and the damage that was inflicted upon these sites as well. And this was a 30,000-pound bomb dropped early Sunday. Can you get into the specifics of that? How unique of a bomb, how specialized of a projectile this was to accomplish what the United States wanted?
Yeah, it certainly is specialized, and the United States is the only country, as was tweeted out earlier, that has this kind of capability, and this is something we developed around the 2015 timeframe, and frankly, it was built specifically for this purpose. It was built for Ford. It was built for perhaps some other hardened and deeply buried target in Iran and in North Korea or anywhere else that we might need it. This, of course, was the first operational use. It is the largest non-nuclear weapon in the U.S. stockpile, and apparently 14 of them were delivered. The key here is not just bigness, not the big bomb, but rather the penetrating piece, the P in MOP, and that is that it has to burrow down using its own kinetic energy, but also having a shell that is strong enough that doesn't melt before it can do so. And so it is that ability to penetrate into the rock, into the reinforced concrete and such, before it goes off. And yes, you're right. The pictures, they do show some what appears to be some pretty extensive damage. I just want to caution, let's wait and see. Let's wait for the information to come in. Hopefully, as many things were destroyed as we hope. But there's lots of things. There's lots of missiles, lots of launchers that were not targeted last night, and Iran can still do a whole lot of damage with all that.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And it's so very fascinating. You talk about this, talk about what those were able to carry and just the amount as well. And we're talking about just the precision nature of this. And this is the most recent post from the president saying it was monumental damage, saying their hits were hard and accurate. When we're talking about precision and accuracy, how precise, how accurate can these be? Because you think of something out of a movie scene and it is precise to several feet or several yards. How precise is it?
Well, look, precision guided munitions, basically all of the weapons in the U.S. arsenal are now precision guided in one way or another. We don't have dumb bombs. Basically, everything's a smart bomb in one way or another. But when you're talking about this kind of an explosive, and you got 14 of them coming in, you can be a little forgiving about whether it's exactly the inch on target, but usually these kinds of things are pretty good. So I wouldn't expect many yards. I would expect a circular problem of a couple feet.
All right, that is very interesting, and it almost feels like it is something out of a movie there where they aim for a specific exact location and they hit it. I do want to ask you about another strategic point of this mission, because we were talking about it, noting it as two B-2s did fly over the Pacific act as decoys. When you talk about just that, the war plans, the plans to attack Iran, having Iran maybe look the wrong direction, what did you make of that, having a decoy out there, a misdirection, if you will?
Yeah, I think it's positive. Look, deception is always a good thing in warfare, to be sure. Having said that, it was a bit of a telegraphed punch. The tankers went to Europe. You know, that was a public thing last week. And so whether they were coming from Europe or whether they were coming from Diego Garcia or what have you, I think is kind of on the margin of perhaps confusing the timing, perhaps. But I think everybody kind of knew that there were bombers going somewhere. And so I think it's a good thing, but I don't think it's perhaps the end all be all.
All right, and we talk about Iran as they have vowed to retaliate against the United States, and there are so many different U.S. bases in the region. If we were to look at that, what would a retaliation look like? And can we talk about the capabilities of Iran? Because we've seen them go back and forth with Israel. How similar or different will an attack by Iran on potentially U.S. bases be similar to what we've seen over the last several days?
Yeah, look, I think the Israelis said something today about they still have at least 200 launchers, and I think it was like 1,500 missiles or something like that. That's a lot. And there's lots of places within the Middle East that the Iranians could potentially target. They could also throw more stuff at Israel, of course. And fortunately, we have a number of Patriot and other defensive means within the region, but they can't be everywhere. They can't defend everything. And so, you know, back in when Soleimani was targeted and the Iranians retaliated there, they went at Al-Assad Air Base. Well, there weren't Patriots there because Patriots cannot be everywhere. It's a finite resource, to be sure. So that is one species of response. The other type, for instance, of course, is the instrument for which Iran reaches to more than anything, which is terrorism, and which is proxy groups or sleeper cells, what have you. And so one does need to worry a little bit about that. This is sort of a DHS and FBI problem as well as a DoD problem.
All right, very interesting. I do want to talk about another aspect of some of the missiles because it wasn't only B-2s involved, it was submarines sending off rockets as well. Can you talk about that aspect, maybe not going for Fordow, for other nuclear enrichment plants there? Can you talk about that? That's just so fascinating to me.
Yeah, so apparently Tomahawk missiles were launched from various maritime vessels off the coast. I'll say there's a couple features of that. So Tomahawk is the sort of thing for which the United States reaches early and often in just about any conflict. And in the first Trump administration, you know, you may recall I think it was 59 Tomahawks that went into Syria and hit various al-Assad targets after he was doing some very nasty things to his population. I think an important takeaway, about the fact that this was a Tomahawk. Look, the Israelis are using gravity bombs to bomb with impunity just about anything that they want within Iran, and they're using, maybe third and fifth generation aircraft to do so. But the fact that the United States is using these long-range cruise missiles, well over 1,000 kilometers, long-range cruise missiles for standoff strike, what that tells you is that there is a relatively low risk tolerance. Really what you see here with bombers operating in an air superiority environment, flying very high, dropping things, and Tomahawk cruise missiles, very much a standoff weapon. What that tells you is a low risk tolerance within the whole thing. In terms of what they struck, the couple of nuclear sites, they're the things that the Israelis have been striking already. Maybe there were some things that need to be mopped up, but what I would say is that's an important feature. I would say it's an important kind of observation about how the U.S. has approached this operation so far.
And those B-2 bombers back in Missouri already after their journey across the globe. Anything else that you want to note here, Tom, before I let you go? Any other interesting details about this mission that you uncovered?
Yeah, well, look, I would just say the question now is what next? And so we're going to be looking for answers about just exactly what were the effects, what's left, what is the Iranian leadership intent, or how are they going to follow this up? Are they going to hopefully capitulate in some kind of manner with respect to at least the nuclear program writ large, and perhaps something larger than that? You've seen lots of noises about that. But here's the other thing, is that the U.S. bases, as you talked about earlier, and of course the Israelis are presumably bracing for some kind of an attack in the near term. And if the Iranian leadership can get the wherewithal to pull something together, they'll have to worry about that.
All right, we watch and we wait once again. All right, Tom Carrico, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, your insight. You're on Live Now.
Likewise.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation there as always, as we're talking about those B-2 bombers and the specialized nature of those bombs. Of course, you're looking at some of these images right now as they have returned to the United States after those strikes on Iran, as we were watching an unprecedented attack, years in the making, as the pilots dropped some 30,000-pound bombs early Sunday, taking off from the U.S. heartland, the B-2 stealth bombers delivered a total of 420,000 pounds of explosive aid by an armada of refueling tankers and fighter jets, some of which launched their own weapons. U.S. officials said Iran neither detected the inbound attack nor mustered a shot at the stealthy American jets. The operation relied on a series of deceptive tactics and decoys to maintain their secrecy. U.S. officials said hours after the attack, which was preceded by 9 days of Israeli attacks that debilitated Iran's military leadership and air defenses. So following this closely here on Live Now from Fox, let's quickly take a 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. I do want to take you out to the Detroit, Michigan area as we are learning more about a shooting at a church as a security guard kills a gunman at a Wayne church. Let's take you out to the beginning of this press conference so we don't miss any key details here on what happened and any motivation behind this attack.
Waiting for quite a while. I'm Chief Strong. My first name is R-Y-A-N. Last name is Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G. So I'm going to give a brief statement, and I'd be happy to take any questions at the end. At 11:06 a.m., the Wayne Police Department received multiple 911 calls regarding an active shooter at Cross Point Church, 36125 Glenwood. Cross Point Church is a large church located on the north border of Wayne. Officers arrived and determined that the suspect arrived at the church and began to drive recklessly, drawing the attention of church staff members. The suspect exited his vehicle wearing a tactical vest, armed with a long gun and a handgun. He approached the church building and began firing his weapon. Several staff members from the church approached the gunman. A parishioner struck the gunman with his vehicle as the gunman shot the vehicle repeatedly. At least 2 staff members shot the gunman, causing fatal wounds. 1 staff member was shot once in the leg by the suspect. The church staff members do not wish to be identified at this point. The Wayne Police Department is still investigating this incident with the assistance of multiple local, state, and federal partners. We are grateful for the heroic actions of the church's staff members who undoubtedly saved many lives and prevented a large-scale mass shooting. I would add that the church parishioners and staff members were trained in responding to emergency situations, which also saved lives. The gunman is a 31-year-old white male from Romulus. His motivations are unknown, but at this point it appears he was suffering from a mental health crisis. That's the end of my statement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
What evidence do you have that he was suffering from a mental health crisis?
Just some preliminary interviews we conducted on scene.
So you believe it was his intention to commit a mass shooting?
Yes.
What did he have to do with this church? Is he familiar with this?
We're not aware of any connection at this time.
So why this church?
We do not know.
So you don't believe he was a disgruntled former member?
We have no information to that effect.
And he wasn't able to actually get inside the church?
That's correct. All of the events I described occurred outside the church building.
Was he 10 feet from the entrance or being able to access the church?
It was quite close to the church, but I can't speak to the 10 feet.
Did he have any past interactions with police on record?
Our interactions with him in the past were quite limited, but nothing of note.
Can you talk about the weapons and how much ammunition he had?
No, I don't have any further information this time other than it was a long gun and a handgun.
I'm sorry, sir?
A long gun, such as a rifle and a handgun.
What kind of prior criminal history does he have?
I'm not aware of any.
I know there's been talk, and I don't know if you've heard about this, is that he was posting photos of the church with ramblings about Christianity. Have you heard anything about that?
I've heard rumblings about that as well, but we're in the early stages of our investigation, and we're not prepared to identify him at this point either.
Did it seem like he had any other accomplice or anyone else helping him?
We have no information that anyone else was involved, and I feel pretty confident that he was alone.
So he never actually physically got in the church, right?
Correct. He never entered the church.
And the person who was shot in the leg, that was a security guard?
He was a church staff member.
So he was outside?
Correct.
And he was shot by the suspect, the gunman?
So there were 3 to 4 church staff members. One of them was shot.
By?
The suspect.
Was the staff member who got shot one of the 2 men or people who shot the suspect?
I do not believe so.
Do you have any indication that this might be an obvious question, but how pre-planned, or if this was pre-planned?
I don't have too much information other than he arrived wearing a tactical vest and 2 guns.
2 guns, so one was a long gun and one was a handgun?
Yes.
And this happened about 11:01 a.m.?
Our first call was 11:06.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
I do not know.
The security guard that was shot, are they still in the hospital tonight?
Yes, the security guard is awaiting surgery, but his injuries are not life-threatening. Okay, well, I appreciate everyone's time.
I have one question.
Sure.
Are you aware that there is a male whose name is being put around on social media?
I am aware. I don't intend to publicly speak the suspect's name. We'll certainly share with the media the name of the suspect via an email update. If everyone wants to sign in on their way out, we'll certainly provide that, most likely within 24 hours.
Can you just talk about the concerted effort from so many different agencies who all was out there?
I would just say we were overwhelmed with support from state, local, and federal agencies. Folks are still helping us answer normal calls for service because we're so overwhelmed. So just from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And again, just one more thank you to the church staff members. I'm telling you right now, their actions prevented dozens of people from being murdered today. So thank you for your time. Make sure to sign out so we can get you any updates.
Chief, can you say
Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there to an update saying they avoided a tragedy, a near miss on a very tragic situation in Wayne, Michigan. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, almost 7 o'clock on the East Coast as we're continuing to watch and wait any potential retaliatory strikes from Iran after the U.S. there dropped bombs on several nuclear facilities, uranium enrichment plants there in the heart of that nation as tensions continue to rise here. We were hearing from the president last night, the Pentagon earlier on today about what they're calling Operation Midnight Hammer. So we're following the latest here on that on Live Now from Fox. And we're hearing from different lawmakers about their response, including the Democrat from Washington, the ranking Democrat on that Armed Services Committee, saying he condemns in the strongest terms the president's decision to order those military strike on Iran's nuclear sites. So we're following that here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to take you out to another event, this one in Texas, involving the senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, also expressing his displeasure, distaste for this attack, saying the American people were lied to about Vietnam with tragic consequences. American people were lied to in Iraq with tragic consequences. The American people are being lied to today. We cannot allow history to repeat itself. And of course, comments there from him as he caucuses with the Democrats. Let's take you right now out to Fort Worth, Texas, as that's where Senator Bernie Sanders is making a stop on this Fighting Oligarchy tour in Fort Worth as he's scheduled to speak here in the next 15 or so minutes. Let's listen in to some of these pre-speakers on Live Now.
Of the oligarchs riding their snout. Of course, the money elites, the corporate hacks, the media establishment, they poo-poo our people's movement. They say, well, you can't do anything. You're just little people. Just little people. They say it can't be done to take power back from the power elites. But a friend of mine, as he put it, he said, those who say it can't be done should not interrupt those who are doing it. And that would be you. That's what we're here for. We, the people, are on the move. On the move, as we saw last week in some 5 million Americans in big cities, in rural counties, in the deep South as well, people rallying to take power back from the power elites. Now that's driving Trump crazy. That's a pretty short ride for him, though. Our secret power is us. Nothing else but us. I think of a little hardware store near my home in Austin, Texas. Not a big box thing. It's just a little local place, but it's a great place because you can go in there and they'll try to figure out the project with you. They'll work with you. They'll even loan you a tool. You can take a tool home and bring it back. And the slogan at Harold's Hardware is, together, we can do it yourself. That's got to be our slogan, isn't it? Together, we can do it ourselves. So sign up. The Texas Progressive Caucus of the Democratic Party has sheets here. Join that caucus. Let's get together and let's put the move in movement again. So don't leave here without signing up. I'll leave you with this thought. It's from Louis Grizzard, the late great Southern humorist. And Grizzard said something that we in the South have always known to be true, and that is that there's a great big difference between being naked and being naked. Being naked means you have no clothes on. Being naked, that means you have no clothes on and you are up to something. So let's all get together and get naked together. Thank you very much for what you're doing. Onward with the movement.
Please welcome to the stage the new chair of the Texas Democratic Party, Kendall Scudder.
Well done. How are you, Fort Worth?
You're welcome to sit here if you'd like.
My granddaddy was born alone in a wash bucket with no one in the room but his mother, on an East Texas farm that had no electricity and no clean water, but for Franklin Roosevelt, Sam Rayburn, the New Deal, and the Democratic Party. He walked to school on cattle pads. alternating the days that he would go because he and his brothers shared a single pair of boots. He became the first person in our family to read or write. And in 1959, when the droughts hit East Texas, our family lost everything. And we depended on the grand programs of the Great Society proposed by Lyndon Johnson that he created, and he enhanced programs like Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, programs that reduced poverty in this country by 75%. Big, bold, progressive, democratic ideals. As the new chairman of the Texas Democratic Party, that man's grandson, it's my responsibility and your responsibility to make sure that the Democratic Party meets this moment. What does it mean when a 35-year-old from the Progressive Caucus is leading the charge in a state like Texas? It means that we aren't just taking punches anymore, we're going to throw them too. It means that we're going to show up in every corner of this state and build a grassroots working class army ready to fight back and take this state back for the working men and women of Texas. Using big, bold, progressive ideas like the ones we used to be known for. We have to work to disrupt this broken system and unrig this economy that only works for the people at the top while the rest of us at the bottom are left groveling for crumbs. In Texas alone, there are 66 billionaires that control more wealth than 70% of Texans. That is 66 people controlling more wealth than 25,400,000 people. They're using that wealth to buy our politicians, to monetize our government, and to treat our tax dollars as their own personal feeding trough. Don't just take my word for it, just watch them. In January, the richest man in the world was sitting in the Oval Office gouging working people of every social safety net created for them to succeed, while hoarding every penny for himself. His greed knows absolutely no bounds. It's incumbent on all of us to build a working class army across every corner of this state and rise up and fight back against these immoral, selfish sycophants on the American taxpayer enabled by class traders and trust fund babies. For the first time in American history, Trump's budget is designed where the richest people in this country will pay a lower tax rate than the poorest before they even go to an accountant. Billionaires will pay less in taxes than their secretaries, less in taxes than their waiters, less than their top secret cabana boys, less than their golf caddies. Which side are you on, Fort Worth? Are you on the side of the teacher that has a second job as a waitress? Because this society has deemed that college-educated molder of young minds unworthy of a living wage. Are you on the side of the day laborer who starches his shirts before long hours of manual labor to preserve some semblance of human dignity? Or are you on the side of the billionaires, the bankers, and the bootlicking bastards who've chosen to rig this game in their favor at our expense? I will remind everyone here today that this economy functions on the backs of the working men and women of this country. No developer has ever built a building. The working men and women of this country built those buildings. No banker has ever built a school, no politician, a bridge, or a road. It is the working men and women of this country with wild-eyed dreams of putting soccer cleats on their kids who deliver all of this exploited wealth to the people at the top. I need your help if we are going to build a Texas Democratic Party that's worthy of our grassroots. This party does not belong to consultants in D.C. or Austin or to the establishment anymore. This is our party. It belongs to you.